Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and all those assembled, welcome once again to StorytellingCafe.com and, Mike, that's where you put in the plug, and
Get a word in edgeways.
thank you! And without further ado or a don't, I now turn it over to the capable Mike R.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Baba, for filling in for John Moe, who's having a well-earned evening off. He's gone to see some classical music in London. So I don't know what they're going to do with it. I know he's gone with his girlfriend and his girlfriend's mother, and so I think they're probably going to act as carers for him. Okay. Right. So for those of you who've been here before, you know what happens. For those of you who don't know, haven't been here before, this is a storytelling round. This means that you sit there, and you tell me a story, I nick all the stories, then go and tell them to everybody else. Right? It's as simple as that. I will sit here until everybody who wants to have a go has a go. I don't care which language it's in. I would prefer English or Welsh. Now, anybody who wants to come along and tell a Welsh story, that's fine. There's not many people that need to speak Welsh. We need more Welsh speakers. Okay? And it's as simple as that. So I'm going to start off with Jasmine for the simple reason she was here first. So if everybody mutes themselves, and so Keith, I can see you haven't muted yourself. Everybody's mutes themselves, and I've got a Maria Rossi. If you could mute yourself, please. So when the stories are on, we're muted, but leave your cameras up. And then we're going to go to Jasmine. Now, Jasmine, where exactly are you geographically? You want to tell everybody?
I'm in India.
Right. Okay. Which part of India?
I'm in Punjab.
You're in the Punjab. Right. That's really.
Yes.
And what time is it there?
It is 11:30 p.m.
So 11:30 at night.
Yes.
And you're going to school tomorrow?
No, my holidays are there.
Oh, you've got holidays tomorrow. Okay, fair enough then. Right, so you're going to start off by telling us a story, and then we're going to go to Keith, and then we're going to go to Simona, then we're going to go to Baba. And let's get started. Jasmine, away you go.
Hello everyone, my name is Jasnami and I'm 12 years old. Today I'm going to tell you an African tale. And the name of my tale is The Leopard and the Sky God. Once in a deep forest, there lived a leopard. Now the leopard had a drum, which was huge and mighty. He believed that in the whole Africa, that drum only belonged to him. That drum could measure the beat of the forest, the heat of the jungle, and the pulse of the earth. He was so happy to have that. He used to play that, and every animal in the jungle used to dance. Now, all the animals, including python, elephant, and the tortoise, wanted that drum at any cost. They felt that the drum was so nice. If they had got that drum, they would be so lucky. And now, Python went to the leopard and said, "Can you please give the drum to me?" But the leopard didn't agree. He said, "This is my drum. No one is going to touch it." So everyone lost hope. Now the sun god came and said, "Dear leopard, I hope you will allow me to play this drum." But then the leopard said, "No, whatever god is it, I'm not going to give you." And the sky god was very upset. And now the sky god told the three animals, "Whoever will get the drum for me will be rewarded with whatever they want." And so that is how this python went to the leopard and asked for the drum. He said, please give me. I will pay you anything. Please give it to me." But obviously, the leopard did not agree, and the python returned to the sky god. Now the elephant said, I am so huge, I am so mighty. It's so obvious the leopard will get scared and hand over the drum to me. Now he went to the leopard and asked for the drum. He said, I will kill you if you don't give me the drum. But the leopard did not agree. He ran away with his drum and did not hand over the drum to anyone. Now it was the turn of that small little tortoise. At that time, the tortoise did not have any shell on their body. So the tortoise went to the leopard and said, Leopard, do you know that the drum you have is very ordinary? The sky god also has a drum that is bigger in size in this and is more good. And the leopard said, what? That sky god does not have any drum. He is just fooling me. And my drum is the best. Now the tortoise said, no, your drum is not the best, because the drum that the sky god has, he can fit himself into that drum and put on the cap. And then the leopard said, so simple, I can also do that. It's not a big deal at all. And now the tortoise said, how can I believe you that you can go into that drum? So the leopard said, I will do so for you. And so he went into the drum. And the tortoise was small but very clever. He took the cap and put it on the top of the drum. Now the leopard was locked. He rolled the drum to the sky god and said, Dear God, here is your drum. Now I hope you will give me what I want. All the animals were shocked. They said, what? This little creature did this thing, what we couldn't do. So the sky god said, yes, ask what you want. From that day, the tortoise asked for a shell on his body. And that is how the tortoise got shell on their body. This is the end. Thank you.
Oh, that was lovely, Jasmine. That was absolutely lovely. And thank you very much for being here. Now, I hear, is it right that you and your mother were coming over to the UK in the summer?
Yes.
Yes. Well, I want you to come up to our festival in Shropshire. So I want, if your mum's here as well and you're 12, tell her we've got some accommodation for her. So will you ask her to be in touch and we will arrange for you to come up. And you can tell a story live to me around one of our bonfires one evening, okay?
Yes, for sure.
Great. You get your mum to be in touch, okay?
Okay,
Brilliant.
I will.
Thank you very much. Right, so we're going to Keith from Lincolnshire next. Now, before we go any further, our festival's got a word in edgeways, and we're having some leaflets printed, and I could do with some postal addresses. So if you've got a chance, if we send you a few leaflets, you could hand them round somewhere. I'll post them over to you. So if you fancy doing that or you're volunteering to do that, I'd be exceedingly grateful. And if you just put your address in the chat, and I'll write it down from here as we go through this evening. Okay. Now, so we're going from Keith to Lincolnshire, and that, Keith, is Nottingham Castle. Is the picture behind you?
No, it isn't. It's Edinburgh Castle.
Oh, it's Edinburgh Castle. Oh, okay.
Hello, everybody.
So what's Edinburgh doing in Lincolnshire?
You'll see in a minute.
Okay.
Now, today is a special day. What day is it, anybody?
World Storytelling Day.
World Storytelling Day.
Isn't that right, Baba?
That is most correct. Correctamundo.
So
Well, it's also the equinox. It's also where it's 12 hours day and it's 12 hours long.
right,
But that's another story.
that's another story. Okay, right. So I thought I'd tell this story. A favourite of mine. I heard it at the Festival of the Edge many years ago. It was in the Red Tent, which was then the story round, And it was a guy in a kilt came and he told this story, and I remember it ever since. It's one of those stories that just stick with you and you just sort of remember it and you think you go with that. Okay. Once there was a king and he loved riddles and he loved puzzles. And the days went by and he's running out of puzzles and riddles to do. And he was getting a bit frustrated. But then there was a knock on the castle door. And the guard opened the door and there was a traveller. "What are you doing here?" said the guard. "I have a puzzle for the king," said the traveller. And so the guard went to the king and said that there's a traveller at the door and he's got a puzzle for you. "Oh, good, oh, good, said the king. Bring him in, bring him in." And so the traveller came in and he bowed before the king. And out of his satchel, he took 3 dolls and he set them before the king. And he said to the king, "The puzzle is this. What is the difference between these 3 dolls?" And he bowed and he left the court. And the king, he looked at these 3 dolls and they looked all the same. They looked all the same colour and everything. And he sent for his servant. And he said to the servant, "Bring a tape measure and measure the height of each of these dolls." And so the servant did that. 1, 2, 3, all the same height. "Measure round their waist, measure round the middles," he said. And so the servant measured round the middles, all the same girth for each of the dolls. And the king said, "Go and fetch some scales and weigh each doll." And so the servant went and got some scales and he got each doll and he weighed each doll, and they're all the same weight. The king was so puzzled, he didn't know what was the difference between these 3 dolls. "I know, I'll send for the wise man, he'll know the difference." And so the wise man was brought to the court, and the king said, "What's the difference between these 3 dolls?" And the wise man looked at the dolls and they looked all the same height and looked for the same colour, and he said, "Oh, perhaps we should get a tape measure and measure the height." I've done that, said the king. "I've also measured down the middle. They're all the same distance, all the same height, and all the same girth round the middle." And the wise man said, well, perhaps we should weigh them." "I've done that," says the king. "We've weighed them, they're all the same." And so the wise man said, "Well, I'm sorry, sire, I just do not know what the difference is between these 3 dolls." And the king thought, "Yeah, I know. I'll ask the jester, the fool in the court. Perhaps he might be able to help." And so the jester was brought to the court. And the king said to the jester, "What's the difference between these 3 dolls?" The jester, he looked at the dolls and he took the 3 dolls and he juggled them up and down like that and put them down. "I don't know," said, and went. So the king didn't know what the difference was between these 3 dolls. And so he was in the court and he wandered around and he looked down out of the window into the courtyard, and there was a storyteller. And the storyteller was telling stories to whole families, to grown-ups and to children. And the king thought, "I wonder if he can help." And he sent the guard to fetch the storyteller. And the guard came down to the storyteller, who was in the middle of the story, said, "The king wants to see you, he's got something to ask you." And he had to obey the king. And so the storyteller said to his audience, "Well, I'll come back and finish the story later." And he went with the guard into the court. And the king said to the storyteller, "What do you think is the difference between these 3 dolls?" And the storyteller looked at the 3 dolls, and then he went over to the king and he took a hair out of his beard. Oh! And he took the hair and he pushed it into the ear of the first doll. and the hare just disappeared into the doll. And the storyteller said, this is a wise doll because it hears lots of things, lots of information, and absorbs lots of wisdom. And it's a wise doll that keeps it inside and is all ready to share it. And then the storyteller went over to the king again and took over the hair in his beard. Oh! And he pushed it into the ear of the second doll, and it came out of the other ear. And the storyteller said, this is a foolish doll, because what goes in one ear comes out of the other. Then he went over to the king again, took all the hair in his beard, and he pushed the hair into the third doll, into his ear. And it went into the doll and came out of his mouth. It's all curly. And the storyteller said, this is a storytelling doll because it hears lots of stories and then retells them. And the king said, well, why is the hair that came out of his mouth so curly? And the storyteller said, because when a storyteller retells a story, he tells it in his own way, with his own characters and his own slant on the story. It's always slightly different. Well, the king, so pleased with this, he said, well, you must become part of my court. We'll give you accommodation, you'll have lots of food and drink, and you can tell me stories every day. But the storyteller said, I'm sorry, sir, I cannot do that. Because my stories are for royalty and for commoner, for rich and for poor, for old and young. My stories are for everyone.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. I've got a feeling the guy in the kilt was David Campbell.
Well, I'm not sure it was. But I have a question for you, Mike.
Yeah.
There was once a bridge.
Yeah.
And it only carried the weight of 3 people. But one night there was a tinker, a tailor, and a soldier crossed the bridge, and the bridge collapsed. Why did it collapse?
A tinker, a tailor, and a soldier. And he could carry 3 people.
No, it's only carry the weight of 4 people. Only carry the weight of 3 people. And so the one night there's a tinker, tailor, and a soldier crossed the bridge, and the bridge collapsed. Why did it? Because it only carried the weight of 3 people.
Could you please say again who was on the bridge? Sorry.
The bridge, okay? It could only carry the weight of 3 people.
3 people, right, okay.
One night, a tinker, a tailor, and a soldier crossed the bridge, and the bridge collapsed. Why did it collapse?
Because the knight fell.
Because there's a knight.
Right.
Tinker,
Right,
tailor,
because there's a knight.
Right.
I've read too many Batman stories. I said, oh, it's the knight.
Yeah,
I love that.
yeah, no, that's a new one on me. Well done, Keith. I didn't know the answer to that, I must admit. So I'm going to go to Simone next, Simonia next, then Baba. After that, I think I'm getting this right. And if I'm not, you'll have to tell me. I've got a Maria and a Sophia, and you're both students or early in your journey as storytellers. And you're both wanting to tell a story, yeah? And put your hands up if you want to tell a story. Right, okay. So the batting order, we call it the batting order here. This is the order where you're going to do your turn is. It's going to go Simona, and she is from Italy. Then we're going to go Baba, and he's from the States. And then we're going to go Maria first and Sophia after that. Okay, so that's the order we're going to be in until after that. I'll make it up as I go along, but it's going to be Diana and Colin after that. Okay, so we're going to go to Simona from Italy, where it's always beautiful, it's always sunny, It's always lovely, and the wine is even better. Okay.
Yeah, sure. Not this week, not this week. This week it was gray and the sky was all white all the time. So not this
Oh,
week.
okay.
But
But
yeah.
the wine was still better, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
She's not old enough to drink, Baba. Shut up.
Yeah. But where Manuela lives, it's even better than here, I think.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll get to Manuela in a moment. So, okay, so off you go.
There was once a tailor, and this tailor worked hard every day. And he worked making magnificent clothes. And he worked making clothes for other people. And he never had time to make clothes for himself. But one day, when he was going home after a long day of work, he realized that he felt very, very cold in his old coat. And he looked at it. There were holes everywhere. And he thought, well, I need a new coat. I really need a new coat. So tomorrow night, after I close the shop, I'll make a new coat for myself. And so he did. He worked hard all day. He closed the shop and he took a wonderful blue fabric and he cut and he sewed and he sewed and he cut and he made a wonderful coat for himself. And he loved that coat. It was so beautiful and so warm. And he wore and he wore and he wore that coat until it was all worn out. And the tailor was sad, but he thought, well, maybe I can do something out of the fabric of this coat. And so he looked at the coat this way, he looked at the coat that way, and then he had an idea. I know what to do. And he cut and he sewed and he sewed and he cut. And when he finished, he had a wonderful new blue jacket. And he loved his blue jacket. And he wore it and he wore it every day. And he wore it and he wore it and he wore it until it was all worn out. The tailor was sad, but he thought, well, maybe I can do something out of the fabric of this jacket. And so he looked at
definitely wrong.
He looked at the jacket this way. He looked at the jacket that way. And then he had an idea. Well, I know what to do. And so the tailor cut and he sewed and he sewed and he cut. And when he finished, he had a wonderful new blue tie. And he loved his tie. And he wore his tie every day. And he wore it and he wore it and he wore it until it was all worn out. And the tailor was sad about it, but he thought, well, maybe I can do something out of the remaining fabric of this tie. And so he looked at the tie this way, he looked at the tie that way, and then he had an idea. I know what to do. And so the tailor cut and he sewed and he sewed and he cut. And when he finished, he had a wonderful new blue button. And he sewed the blue button on his new coat. And he wore the button every day. And he wore it and he wore it and he wore it until it was all worn out. And the tailor was sad, but he thought, well, maybe I can do something out of the remaining fabric. And so he looked at the button this way. He looked at the button that way. But he had no idea. There was not enough fabric to do anything else. He couldn't make something else. And the tailor was sad. But then he had an idea. And so he cut and he sewed and he sewed and he cut. And he made this story. And he told this story to me, and he told me, go and tell this story to everybody. And then I'm here telling this story to you, and I tell you, go and tell this story to everybody else.
Thank you very much, Simona. That's a lovely story, well told. It's one of the oldest stories from the UK. We've told that story a lot over the years, and it's lovely to hear your version of it, and you very well told. Thank you very much. And as I say it again, I'll say as I sit here, my absolute the highest regards for people who come here and tell a story in their second or third languages, because I know that Simona's Italian, but your master of English is very, very fine. It really is. Thank you very much. Right. So we're going to go to Baba, and then after Baba, we're going to go to Maria, and then to Sophia. And I'm just hoping I'm pronouncing the names right. Okay. So Baba, over to you, mate.
Simona, first of all, wonderful story. And I love your English. I thought I spoke English, but the Brits keep telling me I speak American. So I guess that makes me bilingual. Anyhow, on with the story.
No, it doesn't. That makes you nothing by at all, right?
Careful with that.
You just got to remember the world is split into three. What is ours, what was ours, and what should have been ours. Okay.
I'm gonna leave that alone. All right. So I'm going to tell a story that is usually a very interactive story. I'm going to try to figure out how to get the audience involved. But right now, when I do like this, I want you to say, I am, and you unmute when you do that. So unmute and say, I am.
I am.
We're going to try that again. Colin, are you with us? Here we go.
Right, I go.
I
am.
And say it with conviction. You'll understand why. You see, a long time ago, so long that if you take the ages of Mike, Keith, Colin, WST, C, and Baba C, and add them all up and multiply them by 5, this story is older than that. Notice I left out all the ladies.
Yes.
I learned from the ladies. I learned you never discuss a lady's age. She can, we don't. Anyhow, at one time in the world, all the animals were pretty fast. And one day, Kwaku Anansi, not to be confused with Kwaku, Kwaku's the son, Kwaku means father. Kwaku Anansi was sitting and listening to everyone argue about who the fastest animal in the world. And all day long, he heard them say,
I am.
I am.
who's the fastest?
I am.
Who's the fastest?
I am.
And that was going on all day long. And Anansi thought to himself, he said, I want to be the fastest animal in all of the jungle. And so Anansi knew that down in the river, not river, in the river, there lived a magical animal called the Great Hippo. What was he called? Unmute. What was he called?
The Great Hippo.
That's right. And so Anansi went down to the river and he called out, "Oh, great hippo, 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 hippo." No response. "Oh, great hippo, 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 hippo." Still no response. "Oh, great hippo, 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 hippo." Everybody unmute, repeat after me. Who calls my name?
Who calls my name?
Oh, you guys are getting better. I love this. All right. He said, "It is I, Anansi, I, Kwaku Anansi. I call your name." And the great hippo said, "Oh, Anansi, Anansi, Anansi. Of course it would be you. What do you want, Anansi?" He says, "All day long, I hear the animals arguing about who is the fastest animal. And they all say,
I
am.
Colin, if you miss it, no whiskey for you." Okay, so he says, "And I want to be the fastest animal in all of the jungle." And the great hippo said, I tell you what, since everyone is arguing, I propose there be a great race. And whoever crosses what I designate as the finish line shall be declared the fastest animal in all of the jungle. Anansi, he had to think about this, because even though Anansi could be bigger than Baba C's hand or storyteller's ego, it was still slow compared to the other animals in the jungle, even though he had 8 legs. And he thought and he thought and he thought, and he hit upon an idea. So he started going around to the animals and he started saying, you didn't hear it from me, but I heard the great hippo thinks you're the fastest animal in the jungle. And he went to the lion and said, you didn't hear it from me, but I heard the gazelle say he was faster than you. And then when he got to the gazelle, he said, you didn't hear it from me, but I heard the zebra say he was faster than you. And then he went to the leopard. Oh, in English, we say leopard. And he said, you didn't hear it from me, but I heard the cheetah say he was faster than you. And he went around and he sowed discord to all the animals. And they started arguing about who the fastest animal in all the jungle was. And they all said,
I am.
I am.
all right. Colin, you still get the whiskey. So the day of the great race came, and there had been minor races, but on the day of the great race, there was the lion, the panther, the gazelle, the zebra, the leopard, the cheetah, and Anansi. And at the other end of the jungle was the great hippo. And the great hippo stood, and all the animals went ooh and ah. I want everybody to do that. Ooh, ah.
Ooh, ah.
Let's do that again.
Ooh, ah.
Because he was a great hippo. Well, everyone was lined up and they were ready. And Anansi went over to the cheetah and he started talking to the cheetah. He said, I think you can win this race. I've seen you. You have some smooth moves. I think if you really put yourself to it, you could win this race. He said, oh, is that the monkey over there? And when the cheetah went to look to see what he was talking about, Anansi quietly crept up on the top of his head and buried himself under his fur. The cheetah looked back and Anansi was gone, but Anansi was known for being a trickster. He thought nothing of it. And so the great race was underway and they took off. It was the lion, the panther, the gazelle, the zebra, the leopard, the cheetah. But Anansi was not to be seen. And they were running faster and faster and faster. And the panther was working up a big sweat. And the lion was going. And then the lion stopped. He said, wait. I'm king of the jungle. I have nothing to prove. I don't have to be faster than the others. They just have to be faster than me. And so he stopped racing because he was king of the jungle. Nothing to prove. The panther liked that. And the panther began to move so fast that he left Wakanda in his dust. That was a bad joke. Anyhow, and he started running and running. And the gazelle was doing what gazelles do, gracefully in the race. And the leopard was not far behind. And the cheetah was beginning to work up. And he kept remembering the things that Anansi had said in his ears about how all the other animals said he was slow and couldn't outrace them. And he began to run faster and faster. And the panther was working up a sweat. And the panther, he was breathing so heavy. And his shadow was having trouble keeping up with him. The panther got a little slow. And the gazelle started leaping, all so graceful. And the gazelle all of a sudden saw the leopard shoot past. And the leopard looked back and said, I'll be back for lunch later. And the leopard kept on running. And the gazelle said, whoa, I think I'm out of this race. I don't want to be lunch, and took off for another direction. And so now it's the panther and the zebra and the leopard and the cheetah, and they're running and they're running and they're running and running. And the panther got upside the zebra and looked and said, I'm working up an appetite. Zebra stopped. Ooh, I just remember I left something at home for me to do. And he took off because he did not want to be a meal. And so now it was the panther and it was the leopard and the cheetah, and they're running and they're running and they're running and they're running and they're running. And the leopard pulls slightly ahead, and then the panther pulls slightly ahead, and then the zebra's gone. And the panther and the leopard, and all of a sudden the cheetah went zoom and left them all in his dust. And as the zebra got to the finishing line where the great hippo was awaiting them, just as he was getting to the finishing line, Anansi jumped off the top of his head and landed at the finishing line first. And everybody went, what? Everybody do that. What? Unmute. Come on.
What?
Colin, I want you to do it by yourself, but I want you to sound like I just switched your whiskey for a bottle of milk.
What?
That's it. I pick on Colin, but I love him like a brother. You don't know my brother. Anyhow, no, Colin, nothing but love and respect, brother. And so Anansi was there, and everyone said, wow, he ran so fast, we didn't even see him. And the great hippo said, I will confer upon you the title of the fastest animal in all of the jungle, if indeed you are. But remember, only truth may be spoken in my presence, and he who lies has no name, and without a name, you have no game. That's a slight colloquialism, meaning if you have no name, you have no honor. If you have no honor, no one wants to be bothered with you. So he looked at Anansi and said, are you indeed the fastest animal in the jungle? Did you outrun everybody else? And Anansi looked at the great hippo, and if he knew if he lied to the great hippo, he would be revealed and he would have no name. If he had no name, he'd have no game. If he had no game, he'd only live in shame, for no one would deal with him. And so looking down at the ground, he says, no, I'm not the fastest animal in the jungle. And the hippo said, your honesty is wise. Who is the fastest? He said, had I not jumped from his head, the cheetah would have been crowned as the fastest animal in all the jungle. And the great hippo said, so it is, and clap in a thunder. The great hippo disappeared, and to this day, the cheetah is known as being the fastest land animal in the world. But the lion doesn't care because he's king of the jungle. He doesn't have to race after anybody. But the cheetah is still fast. But Anansi, even though he spoke truth, was so embarrassed, he still lives high in the trees, deep in the grass. Alas, alas, you seldom see him when you pass. And that is my story. Oops, I stepped on a pen, the pen bent, and that is the way that story went. Asante.
Oh, thank you, Baba. That's lovely. Yeah, it's a really fine story. And I've heard a different ending to that. He says, I may not be the fastest, but I got here first.
I might incorporate that. Yeah. I usually have students acting out the parts of the animals, and I actually have them racing up and down the aisles, you know, and they have to listen for when I do like this for them to stop. Oh, it's a lot of fun. They get a big kick out of it. I get a big kick out of it. I used to do the running, but I don't do that anymore.
But there's never a right way and there's never a wrong way. But I have heard that story finished in that way. I may not be the fastest, but I got here first. Yeah. Right, so we're going to go to Maria. Now, am I pronouncing that right, Maria?
Hello.
Maria Lucia Rossi. Yeah. Hello there.
Hello.
And so tell me where you're from. Where do you live?
I'm from Italy. I live in Tuscany, near Florence.
Tuscany. Oh, wow. Yes. So this is a beautiful place with beautiful weather on beautiful wine all year round, yeah?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure. Right, so Maria, if you're going to tell us a story, then we're going to go to Sophia next. Right? Okay. So where you go. Okay. And everybody else get muted. Yes, I think you are. Fine. Okay.
So tonight I'm going to tell you a story set in the 13th century during the Holy Roman Empire. This might not be a story about lost and found, but it's definitely a story about justice lost. So once upon a time, Not in my time, not your time, but it was a good time. Federico II of Svevia ruled the Holy Roman Empire, and he had many advisors at his court, but he most trusted two of them, and their names were Messer Bolghero I and Messer Martino II. One day, the emperor, Federico, was walking in a royal garden with them, but something was bothering him, and so he stopped and said to them, "My dear advisors, shall I deprive my subjects of whatever I want to deprive them of, or shall I give them a reason? People, after all, are obliged to obey my orders, aren't they?" So both the advisors went off to ponder about the question. And now, ladies and gentlemen, before I continue my story, what advice would you give the emperor? So let me tell you,
So I was, go on.
if you want to try, what advice would you give the emperor?
Listen to his counselors.
Okay. Yes.
What Mike said.
What he might said.
Yeah.
I was agreeing with Mike.
Okay. So the first advisor, Messer Bolghero, said, "Your Majesty, I absolutely agree with you. Your subjects have to obey your rules faithfully. Otherwise," the second advisor, Messer Martino, replied, "I'm afraid, Your Majesty, I must disagree with you and with my colleague. In my opinion, our laws are based on justice, and your subjects have the right to know why are made certain decisions by the emperor." So the Emperor Federico appreciated both the answers, and he decided to give them two gifts. To the first advisor, Messer Bolghero, he gave a hat and a horse, while to the second advisor, he gave the opportunity to write his own law. So at that point, rumors got out and people at the court started to wonder about who received the most impressive gift. And the day after, the emperor, to appease the rumors, decided to announce why he gave two different gifts to the advisors. And then he said, "Well, my faithful advisor, Messer Bolghero, flattered me like a court jester. That's why I gave him a hat and a horse, because he acted like a court jester, while to whom showed a pure sense of justice, like the second advisor did, I gave the opportunity to write his own law." And that's the end of my story, and an invitation to you all to reflect on what justice is and what justice is not. Thank you.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you very much. Right, that was a lovely story, well told, and thank you very much. Okay,
Thank
and
you.
I'm here. I do this once every fortnight, so I will be back in 2 weeks' time. And I want you to come and tell me another story then. Okay?
Thank you. Okay.
Okay. Right, now we're going to go to Sophia. Now, then,
Yeah.
Sophia, you live in Italy as well?
Yeah, I live in Tuscany, near Arezzo, near the city of Arezzo, and
Right.
I'm 14 years old. I am at Science College, and I'm very happy to be here tonight.
So you're young, talented, and good looking, right? Baba, that rules us out, mate, for starters. Okay.
Okay. So my story is called The Legend of Kalikanthus, and it's a story about a young boy. Can you guess his name?
If he's wise, Baba C.
Bob C. Okay. You're right. Let's try it. Okay.
If he's wise.
Yeah.
Could his
And-
name be Kalikanthus?
What?
Could his name be Kalikanthus?
No,
Kalikanthus.
but yeah, I've okay. So okay, I've got a drawing of a Kalikanthus for you. This is a flower, a very, very beautiful flower that usually flourish in winter, and it's very beautiful. So, once upon a time, there was a young boy that lived with his mom, Carol, in a very beautiful, nice cottage with a very, very beautiful garden with a lot of trees and plants. But sadly, it was winter, and the young boy wasn't very, very, very healthy. He was very sick. He was pale and his eyes were red because he was very tired. And one morning he asked his mom, Mom, can you bring me a flower? It will make me very, very, very happy, and I will feel better. His mom was very sad for her little boy, and she told him, "Oh, my little boy, it's winter. It's impossible to find a flower in this season. I'm very sorry for you." The young boy was very, very sad, and Carol was very worried for him. In the afternoon, Carol went out the house and went in the garden and prayed the plants. "Plants, tree, please bring me a flower for my little boy. He is so sick. Please, please." In winter, plants and trees usually sleep. So only a big oak answered Carol. "Oh, my dear lady, I'm so sorry for you and for your little boy, but we can bring you a flower. It's winter. If we flourish, the god of winter will kill us." Poor Carol and poor little boy. So for 3 days, 3 days had passed when Carol went another time in the garden. So at the center of garden, a little insignificant plant that was trying to turning into a beautiful flower. And Carol told to this plant, oh my gosh, what are you doing? It's winter. If you flourish, the god of winter will kill you." And while she was saying this, the god of winter arrived in the garden. He was very, very furious with the small plants, and he told it, "Hey, what are you doing? It's winter. You can flourish in this season. Remember, if you flourish, you will die. If you flourish, you will die." But the small plants ignored the god of winter and said to him, "Hey, stop throwing your toys out of the pram. Can't you see? We have to save a bowl with a flower. Stupid idiot." And the small plant ignored the god of winter, and for 3 days the little Kalikanthus tried to turn into a flower, and the fourth day, when Carol went another time in the garden, saw that the small plant was pushing and pushing, and this small plant flourished. It turned into a beautiful flower. And Carol said to the small plant, to the small Kalikanthus, "Oh my gosh! Oh my God! You did it! Can I take you? Can I take you with me? I will show you to my boy, to my son. Oh my gosh! Thank you." The small plant was very happy and said yes. So Carol went in the house with a small plant in her back and woke up her little son. Hey, my dear boy, wake up, little boy. Please, I've got a present for you. And her boy, Mom, what's up? You've got a present for me. Show me, please. And Carol, from her back, showed the little Kalikanthus, or the beautiful Kalikanthus to her little boy. And so that's all, folks. And thank you for listening my story. And I've got a message for you. So everyone, remember, never doubt the power of love.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Right. If you stay unmuted, Sophia, stay unmuted, and Maria, if you unmute as well, okay? Yeah. Just for a second.
Okay.
It's Maria Louisa, Mike. Maria Louisa.
Maria Louisa. Oh, sorry. Manuela, okay. Thank you very much. Maria Louisa. One of the things that we do here, this is the World Storytelling Cafe. This round is for once a week. It is much to come and practice stories and practice storytelling as it is anything else. Now, I know sometimes we get the great and the good, like Colin Unwin is here today, and he's a fantastic story. He's famous all over the world and everything else. And Baba comes in. But what I do is I sit here and I listen to people telling stories, sometimes for the first time, but it's a brilliant place to practice stories as well. So if you've got a story you want to tell for the first time, here is where you come and tell it. Okay. Thank you very much, both of you, for being here.
Thank you.
And I hope you come again. I really do hope you come again. And we're going to put Manuel. Okay, I did ask Maria Lucia, if I was pronouncing your name wrong. I am famous for getting people's names wrong. I'm always doing it. And look at Simona and Dispena. They're all sort of nodding their heads because I always get it wrong. It's one of those quaint, weird things that I do. Don't worry about it. Everybody calls me Georgina. Okay. But thank you for coming tonight. And I really want you to come again and practice stories with us as we go through into the winter, into the summer here in the UK. Thank you very much for being here. So I'm going to go to Diana next. So we go to Diana up in the Highlands of Scotland. Now they say about the Highlands of Scotland that all the women there were absolutely beautiful. And here we have a perfect example of it sat in my screen today. Diana from the Highlands of Scotland. And after that, we're going to Colin in Northern Ireland. Yeah, okay, Col? Okay. Diana.
Water, yeah. Okay, right. I've got a story that's set in Scotland, and it is a long time ago. It might have even been longer than that. It might have been a lot longer than that, but I'm not quite sure, but it certainly was a long time ago. And there's this family that stayed on the shores of Loch Ness. And it was pretty much a hand-to-mouth existence because anything that they made on the farm was really for their own consumption. If they did have any money left, any crops left over, then yes, they could sell them, but it wasn't that often that that was the case. It was pretty hard, and the father had worked for a long, long time. He had two elder sons, but they had flown the nest and they'd set up their own families. and there was just Kyle left. And Kyle was all of 11 years old. And he desperately wanted to help his father more and more as he grew older, but he wasn't fully grown and he wasn't as strong as his dad, even though his dad was getting older. But he always wanted to be. And there was one night he heard his parents disagreeing. And he didn't often hear that, so he paid particular attention. And his mum was going, no, no, no. And he managed to work out that that was all about this beast that his dad had seen when he'd been down by the loch, one moonlit night. And he wanted to use this beast to help him with the ploughing because, well, he was a very old man now and he just wasn't as fit, and Kyle wasn't old enough to shoulder the burden. But his wife, well, she didn't want anything. She said, no, 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 yon's a kelpie, yon's not a horse. And kelpies, well, you know, if you live to tell the tale, then that's something. And they do say in the legend that no man can tame a kelpie. Well, they went their own ways about that particular night and didn't say any more because neither was going to concede any ground. But a few nights later, when it was moonlit again, the father was there on the banks of the loch and he was just relaxing. He'd had quite a busy day and he was still trying to puzzle out how he was going to get all the crops, the fields ploughed and then the crops sown. And all of a sudden, he looked over to the water and there was all this rippling. And then a beautiful black head came out with a flowing mane. And it was just so magical. And then it was standing there on 4 strong legs. And he was so taken aback, he just couldn't do anything to begin with. But then, well, he just couldn't quite resist it. He thought about it and he went nearer, but he was careful how he went. And he remembered what his wife had said, and maybe there was some truth in it, but this was a chance. Surely he had his rope with him. He had his plaidie on. And he went over, and as quickly as he could, he jumped on top of this beast. But as soon as he did, his legs were clamped in at the side. And he couldn't move. And this beast is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And by this time, with all the noise and the confusion, and with her husband, Jimmy, screaming as he held on to the mane, and the mane turning into serpents and coiling round him, it's no surprise that his wife was at the cottage door. And then Kyle came. But they both stood there. They didn't know what to do. They were frozen to the spot. This was their dad. And this was the horse, the kelpie, whatever you wanted to call it. And then the horse started to move and went back into the water. And now they managed to find their legs and run and run and run. But they couldn't manage to get there before the water covered over. And there was nothing, not even a ripple then. And they went round the shore and they shouted, Jimmy, Jimmy! And Kyle shouted, Dad, Dad, come on! But no matter how long they shouted, they couldn't rouse him. They went round as far as they could. They went in opposite directions. But they came back and met each other in the middle. And they were both so weary and they didn't even want to think about it. But what else could they think about it? It was so big in their heads when they went to sleep that night, except they didn't properly go to sleep. They couldn't. There was too much going on. But in the morning, Kyle went down and he went down by the shore and he noticed his father's rope and also his plaidie. And he picked it up and he took the plaidie back and the rope back, and the plaidie got washed. But oh, it was hard. His mum and him just couldn't speak about that night. And it took them a long time to get back to where they were before. But well, they still had to eke out a living on the land. So what they did or what Kyle did, was while his mum stayed at home baking, he found his dad's old net and he thought he would do some fishing. So he found a spot and there were some rocks, one or two that he could sit on, and he had his net and he had his bait. And he thought, at least if I catch some fish, then that'll be of some use. So that's what he did, and he cast the net. But there was nothing biting. And he was just sitting there thinking away to himself, when all of a sudden, and this was this stick on the stones, and he turned round, and there was this little old lady. And she didn't look too happy, but Kyle said to her, "Oh, hello, how are you doing?" And she says, "Oh, but I'm having a cold today, I'm having a cold. It's freezing, don't you think?" Well, Kyle didn't find it that cold, but he realized she was old and she didn't have too many layers. She was pretty skinny. So what he thought to do, being a kind-hearted lad, was run back to get his father's plaidie, and that's what he did, and he gave it to her. And then she said something strange. She said, "I can't attack without giving back in return." And Kyle didn't understand. But well, she kept the plaidie that he gave her, and she gave him her shawl. And then she said something even stranger. She said, "Better to sit upon a plaidie than it is to wrap it round you." Well, he was confused, but he was polite and he didn't want to ask too many questions. And she started hobbling away with her stick on the stones. Well, he caught one fish after she was gone, and he wasn't quite sure why that should be, because before he hadn't caught anything. But anyway, he took that home and his mum cooked it. And because he'd been successful that day, he thought he'd go back the next day. And he had his net and everything all lined up. And after a short while, the same little old lady with her stick on the stones. And he looked round and he said, "Hello, how are you doing today?" Well, she wasn't that happy. She says, "I'm awful hungry. Oh, I just haven't had anything much to eat today." And she was about to go away, but Kyle said, no. He still had some bread left. So he gave it to her. And she was very grateful. And the second time she says, "I can't attack without giving back in return." And well, she's had the bread. She gives him a little bag of salt. And she says, better for salt to kill, because salt is not used just to kill, but also to cure. And this was surprising in the way she handed it over. But again, he accepted it. And he was definitely going to tell his mum tonight, and he was going to ask her all about this little old lady and if she knew. But then when he got home, he was tired and he was hungry. And after he'd eaten his fish, well, he completely forgot all about it. But the next time, he went down by the shores again. And what happened? But along she came with her stick. And he turned round and he said, "Oh, hello, how are you?" Well, she wasn't happy. What had happened was her rope had broken and she wasn't able to pull the bucket out of the well. But he remembered about his dad's plough rope. So he rushed over, got it and came back and helped her to get the water up. And she was so grateful. But then she would give him as well, because he'd helped her. She had to help him. She couldn't tack without giving back in return. And so she gave him another strange gift made of iron. And she said, iron is not just used for making a pot. And she gave him this bridle. And he took it. And now he had 3 things in his possession that didn't seem to add up. But he cast his net after she went. Well, the time before he caught 2 fish. The first day he caught 1 fish. And this time, when he cast his net, he caught 3 fish. And he's thinking, there must be something going on here. There must be something going on with this little old lady. But he didn't know what, but because it was so at the forefront of his mind, he remembered when he went back to say to his mum, Mum, have you heard about this lady? And he told her all about her. And said how she was kind of bent over and she had a stick and she got it on the stones, and how she always said she couldn't take without giving back in return, and how she'd given him 3 things with a message. And she said, well, yon's a spae wife, to be sure. They're very wise and they can see into the future. If she said anything to you at all, then please bear it in mind. And so Kyle thought, okay, maybe he didn't understand it all, but at least he told his mum and she'd given him some advice. But a few nights later, he's there on the banks of Loch Lomond, and he's got the shawl, the thin shawl that this little old lady gave him. He's also got the bag of salt, and he's also got the bridle. And he's thinking to himself, what on earth is this all about? But anyway, like his dad before him, he's watching the water and he's just relaxing when all of a sudden out it comes. The beautifully shaped head, the ears, the water droplets all running backwards, the beautiful mane. And he can hardly take his eyes off this beast. And it slowly comes out, 4 very sturdy legs, a long flowing tail. And of course, he remembers about his dad. But all this time, Kyle has been hatching a plan in his own head, because he might just be 11, but he has ideas. And he wants to help the family. And why will his parents not let him? And surely he could help a bit more than they think he could. And he starts to go over towards this beast, and he's just so taken with it, because it's so powerful and it's so still at that moment. But he remembered, of course, what happened to his dad. As he gets nearer, there's something niggles away at his brain, and he thinks about the plaidie, and better to sit on than wrap it round you. So he puts the plaidie on the beast. And then he gets up, but he doesn't put his legs close in. He holds them well apart. And then he holds on to the mane. And the mane does exactly the same as it did to his dad. They all turn into serpents, the hairs do. And they coil round and they coil round. But then he remembers about the salt being used to kill as well as to cure, and pours it on. And they all shrivel up. And although this beast has grown in size, it's very still. And he can see his mum at the door, and she must be really worried, having lost her husband before her son. But he still has to get this bridle on. And he's wondering how he can do it. And he's thinking, and he just strokes the mane and strokes it and keeps talking to the animal and talking very quietly, and slowly slips it on and feels the beast bite on it. And then he is ready. Then he is ready. But he doesn't have a plough rope. So he gallops over, and one of the neighbours, they loan him a plough rope. And he doesn't just plough his own fields, he ploughs all the neighbours' fields as well. And his mother is, well, she's gone from extreme worry to extreme joy, but she's so proud of him. But maybe that's the bit of the legend that she didn't hear. The bit that said, no man will tame a kelpie, but a young boy of 11, perhaps. Thank you.
Oh, a real taste of the Highlands. Oh, thank you
Yeah.
very much. That's absolutely lovely. And I hope some of you that don't speak English as a first language got most of that, because that was a proper taste of the Highlands. It really was, and it was lovely. So I'm going to go from the Highlands to Larne in Northern Ireland. But so after Colin, we're going to get Manuela. Are you going to tell a story? Put your hand up if you are.
I was, but it's a bit
Yes.
late for Italy, so I'll come back in 15 days' time if you don't mind.
Absolutely, yes. What time is it with
I'll
you
catch
now?
up. It's
What time?
it's 8:15.
Okay.
And the family is demanding food.
No, absolutely. It's lovely to see you. Come back next week. I'll get you on early if I can. Okay.
Thank you.
Right. So Dispinia, that's your after Colin then. Where have you gone? You were here a moment ago. Bye-bye, Manuela.
Manuela, if you want to go now, you're more than welcome to take my place. Is she gone? Oh, she
No,
might have
she's
gone.
gone. No, she's gone.
Oh.
That's okay.
As
She
you
wanted
wish.
to.
As
Yes,
you wish.
That would be you tear away, as we say. Off you go.
Okay then.
Oh, okay,
That's
absolutely.
okay, mate.
Brilliant. Yes, yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Babasi, I'm going to need your help. Are you ready?
They named a battery after me, Ever Ready Battery.
So good evening, everyone, and thank you, Colin. A long time ago, when the Creator was traveling, and as he was traveling, his face shone so brightly he couldn't see his face. And as he was traveling, in his hands he carried a gourd. And in the gourd there were many languages. And each group he met, he gave them a very special language. And everywhere he went, he gave them a very unique language. And when he arrived in Africa, the place where Babasi's ancestors come from, he stopped and he said, "Wow, this is beautiful. The trees, the animals, oh, and the people. I need go no further. I'll stay right here." And that is what he did. But the gourd had so many more languages inside. So the Creator began tossing them in every direction. Toss them here, some there, everywhere. Wow, it's done. But, oh, there were so many languages that people couldn't understand each other. And besides, the Creator left the sky too low. And the tall people kept bopping their heads into the sky. And they were even climbing into the sky world. Now you can't do that. There is a time to go into the sky world, not just any time you feel like it, huh? Well, the people were getting very, very worried. What are we going to do? This is a problem. Well, many of the wise people began to gather. And as they gathered, they voted for a leader. And the leader, he said, there must be a way. There must be a way. But what is it? And he pondered and he thought, I've got it. I've got it. How can we fix the problem when we don't have a common language? What if we were to learn one word, just one word? Ujima, which means in Swahili, collective work and responsibility. Ujima. Yes, we can all work together. We can prepare long poles. Babasi, get your pole. And Colin, there are trees out behind you there. Just go out and get a pole. There must be a way. We can all work together. Now, when I pull my pole down, can I see your poles? Has everybody got a pole? Put them up to show me. Put them up to the sky. Yay! Yes, use your hands, use your body. Now, when I pull my pole down, very slowly, you say, and open your mic, ooh. When I push up, you say, Jima! But I can't do this alone. I need every one of you to help. So there is enough poles out there. We can all prepare poles. Get your poles ready. Come on, guys. Mike, I want to see your pole. I can't do it alone. Remember the magic word and 4 is the magic number. Are you ready? Poles ready?
Ujima!
It's moving. It's moving. But we have to push harder. Come on. I can't do it alone. Poles ready?
Ujima!
It's only moved a little bit. Who's not pushing? Babasi? Come on, we all must push. Maybe we can use a great big voice. Are you ready? Simona, come on.
Ujima!
We're almost there. Yes, but we have to push harder. Maybe someone still isn't pushing hard enough. Janet? Everyone must push. I can't do this alone. 4th last chance. Big voice. Yes, we did it. Yes, we did it. We worked together. We worked together with one heart, with one mind for a common cause. So remember, I can't do this alone. We must work together, together for a common cause. And with that, we can do a lot with just one word. Remember?
Ujima!
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Manuela, thank you.
Thank you,
Some-
Manuela,
some-
and I'll see. Come back in a fortnight's time and bring your 2 students with you and come back. Jasmine, you need to go to bed. It's ever so late in your country. You need to go at
Bye-bye.
12 o'clock midnight. You won't get up in the morning, but you're always welcome to be here. Thank you very much, Manuela.
Thank
Right,
you,
so we're going
Manuela.
to have a
Teamwork.
slice of the Irish now. That'll be Jesus. We're going to have a slice of the Irish. Here we go. you got a glass of Guinness there, have you? Well,
No,
it's,
here. Do you know what I'm drinking? Do you know what I'm drinking today? Do you know
Water.
what I'm drinking today?
yeah. It wouldn't be because of
The sap of a birch tree.
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm drinking today. It's Lent, Mike. I'm off the beer for Lent.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Even after yesterday in the rugby.
Even after yesterday in the rugby. And anyway, I was gigging yesterday. I had 2 gigs yesterday.
oh, that was a
You must
gigabyte.
be,
Exactly.
you must be the richest storyteller that I know, Colin Admin.
I do them all for free, Mike. You know that.
Colin Unwin from Larne in the northern part of Ireland, of the island of Irish. Welcome, my friend. Here we go again.
Thank you, Mike. Well, I've been inspired by that young lady that was on there, Sophia. She was talking about love and so on. But I want to tell you very briefly, I was doing a gig in Belfast today for word storytelling, and there were people in the audience from Portugal, from Ireland, from Poland, from all sorts of places. But there was this one man in the audience from Saudi Arabia, and he said to me, where did the Celts come? Where did they come from? And I said, and Baba C will love this, I said, Africa, didn't we all?
Yes. I mean, yes.
I thought all the Celts came from England.
If you go back far enough, mate, if you go back far enough. Anyway, I'm going to tell you a very short...
Have a remote in your hand.
I'm going to tell you a very short story here. I'm inspired to tell this by that young lady who was on earlier there, talking about love. We have this old saying over here, and they may have it other places, but this is the only place I've heard it. The hard road for the old dog and the grass for the pup. And it just means that the older man, usually the father, must take the hard road because he's got more experience. And the softer road, the easier path, is for the young man. Well, 1,000 years ago, the Danish Viking hold on Ireland was finally broken at the Battle of Clontarf, one of the most famous battles ever to be fought on Irish soil. But sadly, that day, the High King and warrior chieftain Brian Boru was killed. It was Friday the 23rd of April, 1014. Now, some say he died in battle, and others say that he was kneeling down in his tent praying when he was murdered by a fleeing Viking mercenary, a man called Brodir, but we'll talk no more about him. In any case, the Viking hold on Ireland was broken forever. The Vikings were driven northwards until they came up to where I live, up on the northeast coast of Ireland, and there were only 2 remaining defiant Vikings left. You see, the rest had been driven out of Ireland, and those who had stayed had been taking on the Irish ways and their language and their Christianity. But 2 defiant Vikings remained up on the northeast coast. They were a father and son, and they were cornered at a place called Garran Point, and it's just a little promontory of rock and sheer cliffs down to the sea about 5 miles from where I live now. Well, their Irish warriors were all around them. And the leader of them came forward and said, "We will spare your lives on one condition, that you give us the recipe for your sweet heather mead." That is the beer. The Irish called it beer Loch Lanach, Viking beer. So that recipe, you see, had been passed down from father to son, father to son, father to son for generations, and it was only known to Viking brewers. And the old man and his son were the last custodians of that recipe. And the son looked at his father and he said, "I would rather die than betray the secrets of our ancestors." And there wasn't even a trace of fear in that young man's voice or in his eye. But you see, his father knew that if they did not submit to their captors and tell them that recipe, that they would be tortured and endure a slow and painful death. But even if they did give up the recipe, they would probably be when they were of no further use to the Irish. Well, time and patience was running out, and the old man thought for a while, and he asked to speak to the leader of the Irish warriors. He said, "My son will never tell you how to make the Viking beer. and I cannot bear to have him witness his father. He respects me. I cannot have him witness me divulge that secret to you. Slay him, and I will tell you everything you need to know. Well, the young man was taken out, and as his father looked on, he was executed by one blow from a battle axe. It was a brutal but thankfully painless death. And the old man cried out in agony. He said, "Please forgive me, my son. Forgive me for what I have done." Tears ran down his old, wrinkled cheeks. And he turned on his captors and he spat in their faces. And he said, "Fleal the skin from my old bones, but from me you will learn nothing." But they did learn something from that old man. They learned that there is nothing greater in this world than a father's love for his son. And it is said that his tortured cries could be heard for miles around, but that he took his secret with him to Valhalla. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. That's brilliant. Thanks, Esme.
Happy World Storytelling Day.
Yeah. So I've got Despina, but she's disappeared from my screen. So what I've got left is Janet and Susan. Now, Susan sometimes tells stories and sometimes doesn't, which she's always very welcome to. So it's up to you. And Janet, are you going to do one tonight? Yeah. You're muted. I can't hear you. Janet, you're muted. I can't hear you.
Well, there's a thing. Janet muted. If there's time.
Yeah, absolutely time there is. And I've got a Claire Nolan. Now, Claire, where are you from? From the States, I think.
Yes, I live in upstate New York, where we speak American.
What is ours, what was ours, and what should have been ours? I keep telling everybody the same. Are you going to tell a story?
I can if there's time, sure.
I will sit here until everybody has told a story who wants to tell a story. I've got no problems with that. I've also got no problems with people coming in and having to leave early or anything like that. It's not their job to sit here for 2 hours. It's my job, and Baba always stays with me, so does Diane a lot of the time. So, okay, so yes, you'd be very welcome to stay. So the batting order is going to be Janet, then we'll go to Claire, and Susan, you're very welcome to tell a story, but if you don't want to, I do understand. Okay, so Janet from Staffordshire. You're still muted. Yeah.
Okay. Right. Okay. Well, I'm glad earlier you said it was okay to tell a story here for the first time, so I'm going to do that. I just say something to Colin. I've never yet met an Irishman who didn't claim to be descended from Brian Boru. So...
I'm of mixed heritage, Janet. I'm half Brian Boru and half Viking.
Oh dear. Then somewhere.
So what happened to Finn McCool? I thought you were all related to Finn McCool.
Well, yeah, I'm of him too.
Him too.
I'm of mixed heritage. My dad married a woman.
Right. Well, I have never told this story before. I read it to my children a long time ago. I looked at the print on the imprint on the book, and it said 1974. Now they're not quite that old, so I must have bought it within a year or two. And I found the book recently, so I thought, oh, I like that story. And it's about a trickster, and it's a Japanese story. It's about two tricksters, both foxes. Foxes are always tricksters. We start off with Ginnan. Ginnan's a horse dealer. He's very well known on his island. And it was springtime. He had decided to go and have a look in his woodshed. And Just as he thought, no sticks, no kindling. And it was a fine spring day, much like it is here today. Good day for searching for kindling. And so out he went. He worked till noon. He had a fine stack of sticks. He tied them with twine, rested against a rock, and he sat down with his back to the rock. He opened his pack, took out his lunch, ate it, washed it down with just a few sips of sake. And with a belly full and the spring sunshine beaming down upon him, he felt dozy. And he stretched out on the new green grass to take just a little nap. It was just dropping off when he heard voices. He opened one eye and he could see just by a yatsudi bush the outline of two foxes. And what surprised him, as much as it will surprise you, he heard them speak. But he was even more surprised, for they spoke his name. And he listened, and the first fox said, "How about at the horse fair tomorrow? We make ourselves a lot of money." And the second fox said, "Well, how?" "I change myself. I shape shift into Ginnon. And I sell you when you have shape shifted into a horse, and we make a lot of money." And the fox said, "Good idea, good idea. And then we can buy up all the fried bean curd in town and we can have a feast." And they agreed that they would meet there by the yatsudi bush the very next day at sunup. And off they went to do, well, whatever mischief shape-shifting foxes do in the daytime. And Ginnon thought, yeah, that was interesting. That was interesting. And the next morning, just before sunup, he arrived at the yatsudi bush, just as one of the foxes came bounding towards him and said, "Oh, you've already changed. You've already changed into Ginnon. Wow, that's splendid. You can hardly tell the difference." And Ginnon said, "Hardly at all, hardly at all. Now, what about you changing yourself into the horse?" Oh, the fox, he did a whoop backflip, and there was a blur of reds and browns and oranges and grey, and a thud as he landed down there, hoofs hard on the ground. And there he was, a magnificent roan stallion. The horse fair, there were crowds of people. There were the sights and smells of any horse fair. There was a shout, "Look over there, that filly with the black shiny coat. Oh, she's magnificent. Oh, that gelding there, the grey. Yes, but look at that roan stallion. The best at the fair." And a deal was done. There was bargaining and there was bartering, and Ginnon sold the roan stallion to the wealthiest man in the market. And counting his coins, he pushed them into the bag that hung at his waist and went home. The wealthy man led the stallion to his place, and there he put him into a stall, stroked and petted and hurried him down. Fox liked that. And then he was tied. He was tied with a rope. He was tied with a rope to the stall. He wasn't so keen on that, and nor was he quite so keen on the hay. Oh, it was the sweetest, finest hay. But he was a fox, and he'd rather eat fried bean curd. And as he waited for his friend to arrive, he grew hungrier and hungrier. But of course, his friend didn't come. Now the fox, with back flip of greys and browns and reds, he switched himself back into a fox, and he chewed at the rope, and then with his sharp claws and his strong paws, he burrowed a tunnel beneath the wooden store. Now you might ask, well, why didn't he just turn himself into a bird and fly away? That would have been easier. Well, truth to tell, I don't know. And if I did know, it would be a different story. The fox, he tunneled beneath the store, and he took himself to his lair, his secret lair. There he lay, hungry. And in the morning, he got up at sunup. He met his friend Fox and said, "Oh yes, and where were you yesterday? Why did you not come? Why did you not come and release me from the store? And where's the money? And where's the fried bean curd?" And his friend said, "What? What? I waited. I was there just after sunup. I waited till the sun was high up in the sky. And at noon, I left." "No, no, 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 no. No," said the other fox. "No, when I got there, you had already turned yourself into Ginnon." "Yes, into Ginnon. And you took me to the fair and you sold me. So where's the money? And where's the fried bean curd?" And his friend said, "No, no, 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 no. When I got there, just after sunup, I waited until the sun was high up in the sky, and at noon, I left." "No, when I got there, you have changed yourself into Ginnon. So where's the money? And where's the fried bean curd?" "No, I got there just after sunup, and I waited until the sun was high in the sky. At noon, you did not come, but I did. And when I got there, you were..." And that is when the foxes realized that Ginnon was the real Ginnon. Now, no trickster likes to be at the other side of the trick. And the two foxes looked at each other, and each one with a back flip turned themselves into a mass in the air of greys and great rainbow colors. But when they came down, there they were, standing, the two of them, in the uniforms, the grey uniforms of the town officials. Those foxes had a plan, and those foxes took strides. They took long strides towards Ginnon's house, and when Ginnon saw them coming, he began to shake. He began to tremble. When you see a uniformed town official with their brown leather belt and their bronze swords hanging at the side, you tremble. And the first official looked straight at Ginnon and said, "It has been reported that at the horse fair yesterday, you cheated the wealthiest man out of his money. We have come to arrest you." And the second official looked round and said, "And we're going to take you, and we're going to throw you into jail." And Ginnon, no, not that. Not arrest, not jail. No, I will make amends. And he thrust his hand into the bag and he brought out all the coin. And he said, "I give it back. I give it back. Here, I give it back." And the officials, the money, and they put it into their packs. "Well, this time, we will overlook it. But," said the second official, "you are not allowed ever to play a trick like that again." "No," said Ginnon, as he bowed right down to the ground. The two officials walked away into the town, and there they brought up all the fried bean curd, which they took back to their lair by the yatsuri bush, and with a backflip of fine browns and greys, the two foxes landed straight on the floor, on the ground, and in the spring sunshine, they ate all the fried bean curd. Now you might say, well, what about the wealthiest man who lost all his money? Well, truth to tell, I don't know. And if I did know, this story would have a different ending.
Thank you, Janet. That was lovely. It's well told and beautiful. Thank you very much. And yes, like I said, come here and tell stories for the first time. It's a good place to do it. Absolutely it is. And I encourage it all. You've got to do it somewhere first. And if you cock it up, which is the expression, and I've cocked up many stories in many different places in front of the great and the famous and the good and all the rest of it. And so whatever your story is about how you cocked up a story, I've got a better one. Okay. All right. Absolutely, I have. And I'm sure the other great storytellers here, Diana and Colin and everybody else, nobody's perfect. We all make errors. And if you cock up a story, so what? And if you cock it up here, so what? Doesn't matter. We just come and try again. We're going to Claire now, which is upstate New York, I think is what you said.
That's what I said. Right? Yes. Thank you. Yep. Yeah. I'm part Irish, and there's been a story going around, or a joke going around on the internet, and I heard it at Mass this morning. So I have a feeling, well, I learned two things when I heard it at Mass this morning. Number one, that it's probably true. And number two, it's okay to tell in mixed company. So the joke is Jesus is visiting with his father and says, "Say, I haven't seen you around lately. Where have you been? It's been like 2 years. Where have you been all this time?" And God says, "I've been in Ireland." "Ireland? What have you been doing in Ireland? Don't you know there's a pandemic going on? Don't you know people need you here?" "Well," says God to his son, "I've been working from home." So maybe some of you have heard that joke already, but that has been a very popular joke. Good night, Jasmina.
Well, I'm going to tell you a story to finish off the story, because I live here on the Welsh Marsh. Right now, the Welsh Marsh is, I'm on the English side of the Welsh borders. It's called the Marches. So you've got the Welsh on one side, there's the border. So we're Hereford and Shropshire on the Welsh March. Now, if you go into a church and you know where to look, there's always a telephone. And you can pick up the telephone and you can call up heaven and have a chat to somebody up there. But from Shropshire, it's always a local call. Okay?
Nice. Same idea.
Yeah, well, that's what we say. Okay.
Well, I'm so delighted to be here with everyone on World Storytelling Day. And like the last story, this one also comes, well, I learned it from a Japanese American storyteller, but when I told it to some of my students, the Korean students were familiar with this story. So and it's a very ancient story. I don't know who told it first, but I've kind of reset it into my area of the world in New York, New England. So it's more familiar to me. So once upon a time, there was a young woman, and she was engaged to be married to a handsome young farmer. The farmer lived rather far away. It was across a mountain and over a river that she had to travel to go and marry her young farmer and to live with him and his family. Well, on the night before she was getting ready to leave, the young woman's mother came into her room and she said, "I want to talk to you about marriage." The woman blushed prettily and she said, "Oh, mother, I know all there is to know about marriage." No, said her mother. You misunderstand me. What I really want to talk to you about is your mother-in-law. "Oh," said the young woman, my mother-in-law? What do I need to know about my mother-in-law?" "Well," said her mother, "when you leave here and go off to marry your handsome young farmer, you will be a member of their family. You will leave us and we won't see you very often. It's so far away. And I want you to remember that your mother-in-law will be like a mother to you, and you should treat her as you treat me, with love and respect. Well, of course I will, mother. That goes without saying. No, 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 said her mother. I want you to remember that you should never do anything that will bring shame on you, on me, or on our family. Oh, mother, what could I? Just remember, said her mother. And they went to bed because the young woman had to get up very early in the morning to climb that mountain and go over the river to finally arrive at the farm where she married her handsome young farmer. And you might think that they all lived happily ever after. But wait, there's more. The young woman's mother-in-law loved her. And I suppose we should give her a name. I like to call her Sally, but you can think of her as any name you like. I just enjoy the name Sally so much. So the young woman, Sally's mother-in-law, really, really loves Sally. And she complimented her all the time. She would tell her if Sally made a meal, Sally's mother-in-law would say she'd never tasted anything so delicious. The things Sally could do with food, no one else could cook as well as Sally could. Sally's job on the farm, of course, was to tend the animals. And Sally's mother-in-law said that why the chickens had never given so many eggs before Sally came. And the milk from the cow, why, it had never been so rich and creamy before Sally had arrived. And the goat was much tamer and quieter since Sally had come to live with them. Everything seemed to be perfect. And Sally and her mother-in-law, and of course the handsome young farmer, were quite happy together. Until one day, Sally's mother-in-law noticed that Sally didn't look very well. She looked kind of pale. She had dark circles under her eyes. And Sally's mother-in-law said, Sally, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Oh, don't worry about me, mother-in-law. I'm fine. Just don't worry. But the next day came and Sally didn't look any better. In fact, her hair hung limp. And Sally seemed to walk with a hunch. She didn't have the usual spring in her step. Sally, said her mother-in-law, what is it? What troubles you? Don't worry about me, mother-in-law. Really, it's fine. It's okay. But Sally didn't get better. And finally, Sally's mother-in-law said, Sally, enough of this. I love you like my own daughter. Please tell me, what is it that bothers you? You don't look well. I'm sure we can help you. Oh, Sally said, my mother-in-law, I'm much too ashamed. I can't tell you. Sally, please tell me, what is it? Oh, mother-in-law, since you ask, and I know you do care about me, I suppose I can tell you. Oh, mother-in-law, sometimes, yes. Well, sometimes, not often, but sometimes I have a need. A need? Sally's mother-in-law was mystified. What is it, Sally? Well, sometimes I have an urge. An urge? Well, tell me, what is your urge? Well, sometimes I feel that I must break wind. Break wind? Oh, mother-in-law, sometimes I feel I must pass gas. Oh, Sally. Oh, I understand now, Sally. You have to fart. Oh, mother-in-law, please forget I said anything. Oh, I'm so ashamed. I'm so sorry. Sally, oh, no, it's okay. Everybody farts. Really, mother-in-law? Yes, of course. Everyone does. Go ahead, you can fart. Now? Well, if you have to, I suppose it's okay. Oh, mother-in-law, you give me such relief. And so Sally very daintily lifted the hem of her skirt and she let it go. And what happened next was a cataclysm of epic proportion, while the roof went off the house and the walls caved in, the windows broke, and even the animals were nowhere to be seen. And there Sally stood among the rubble. Even her mother-in-law was gone. Oh, what have I done? Thought Sally. And she searched and she found a few pieces of clothing and she put them in a suitcase and she hurried off to the river. She couldn't stay there any longer. She was much, much too embarrassed. Well, later on that day, Sally's handsome husband arrived and found their house destroyed, and Sally and his mother nowhere to be found. And at last he saw his mother coming up the road, and he said to her, "Mother, what's happened? What happened to our house and to our barn and the animals? And where's Sally?" And his mother-in-law said, oh, it's about Sally and her gas. And she told her son everything that had happened. And without waiting for her to finish the story, he grabbed a hat and he ran to the river to find his wife and bring her home. Well, when he arrived there, she wouldn't even look him in the eye. She said, "No, please don't even look at me. Don't talk to me. I'm leaving. I'm going home. Forget you ever even knew me." But her husband said, "No, Sally, it's okay. We can rebuild the house. We'll find the animals. We'll close up the barn. Everything will be fine. Please, just come home with me." And with lots of sweet words and hugs and kisses, at last he convinced her to return home. And just as he said, they did rebuild the house. They found all the animals. They put them safely in the barn. And you might think that they lived happily ever after. But I have to tell you, there is more to this story. They knew that they were going to have to do something for Sally because of her great power. And so they decided that every once in a while, they would put all of the animals in the barn and lock it up. They would open the doors and the windows of the house, and they would caution the children to hang on to a fence post or something nearby, because who knows what could happen. And the children were a little bit disappointed, though, because they really had enjoyed it that time when Sally let it go and they had gone off on that pungent breeze. But every so often, they made all those preparations, and Sally would very daintily lift the hem of her skirt and let it go. But because she had these opportunities, she was able to take control of her great power, and none of those terrible things ever happened again. Well, as I mentioned, they were farmers, and it was Sally's job to bring their produce to the market. And one day, as she was returning home from the market, she saw a group of people, and they were surrounding a little boy, no more than 6 or 7 years old, and he was very well dressed, and his little face was kind of dirty and covered with tears, and he was wiping his eyes. And Sally, who was very kind-hearted, stopped to speak to the people and ask what was wrong. And they pointed up to a pear tree nearby in a little orchard of pear trees. It was a lovely pear tree, and on it were the last of the pears of the season. They were very high up, and they explained to her that the little boy really wanted those pears, but the trees was much too slim to climb, and there were no branches, and the pears were up high, too high for anyone to reach. And Sally said, "Don't worry, I can help. Now you might want to stand over here and maybe hold on to the fence here along the roadway." And when everyone was ready, Sally very daintily lifted the hem of her skirt and she let it go. And up toward those peaches went a breeze, a soft, pungent breeze, and it caught those pears. Did I say pears or peaches? Well, whatever they were delicious looking fruit, and shook them on their branch, and down they fell, plop, into the boy's outstretched hands. And he tasted the fruit. Oh, it was so delicious, and the juice ran down his chin, and he gobbled them all up. And the people thanked Sally. "Oh, that was wonderful. Thank you so much." And they explained to her that the little boy was the son of the governor of their state, and he would be very thankful for the kindness that Sally had shown to his son. And off they went, and Sally went home. And you might think that, yes, they did live happily ever after, but there's a little bit more. When the governor heard about Sally's great power, he sent for her and explained to her all the wonderful things that she could do for them. And so it was that each spring, when the farmers planted their crops, Sally was there to chase away the birds so that they wouldn't eat the seeds, the new seeds in the ground. And in the fall, when it was time to harvest, there again was Sally. And this time she chased away the clouds so that they could bring in the harvest before the fall rains came. And when the very first hot air balloon came to their state, Sally was there to control the wind and make sure everyone made it all home safely. And so now I can tell you that Sally and her mother-in-law and that handsome young farmer all lived happily ever after.
Oh, thank you very much. Now, as I was saying, I come from Shropshire and Herefordshire on the Welsh borders now. Now, just south of here is a place called Herefordshire where they grow apples. And it's a very famous is where they make cider. And there's a big cidery down there. The O's in the UK here, well, Bournemouth cider is what they make it down there. There's Westerns and one or two others. And it is a story that's told in the pubs around these parts about a young lady who helps the apple crops by she goes out into the orchards at night and puts a bit of gas out, is the American expression, I think. Then all the apples drop onto the floor and they don't have to climb up the apple trees. So your story goes back a long way over here. And it's lovely to hear it again, it really is. Right, so we have Susan. I don't know if you're going to tell a story tonight, Susan. If you're not,
I'll save it for next week. Thanks, Mike. I have to get
absolutely.
my head.
Well,
yeah.
Time. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, it's lovely. So I think everybody who wants to tell a story has told a story. Thank you for doing and coming back again. It is always lovely to see you all come, and I can't do this without you coming and telling stories here once a fortnight. And we're having a festival in July. It's the second weekend in July is our festival here. And I think we're going to say to everybody, if you can manage to get here, we can put you up for the weekend. We've got a hiking barn. We can give you a bed for the weekend. We can sort out tickets. And if you're here, we'll give you a discount on the tickets. We'll give you a 20% discount on the tickets. Okay, so if you want to come, you can come over. And Janet, if you're a bit closer, if you want to come and help and do some stuff around the festival, there's lots of jobs that need doing. And Colin, I'm sure one day we'll get round to booking you. You're certainly on the list somewhere. Okay.
Would be my pleasure.
Right. Absolutely. It'd be lovely for you to come over. Right. So I'm going to say thank you very much. Now, the World
I got to take
Storytelling
care of
Cafe.
upcoming business. I got to take care of
Yes,
upcoming
go on.
business.
Yes, go on. I've forgotten that bit. Go on, Barbara.
All right. But first, Claire, in the South, they would have called her musical. That's what they would say if someone, they say, oh, well, you know, she's a bit musical. All right. So
I wonder what they say in the Highlands.
All right. So first of all, everyone, thank you for being here once again. It's always a pleasure. It's always a treasure. Tuesday, we have the Young International Storytelling, and that will be at 5:30 British time.
Yeah.
All right.
Right.
Right. That'll be 5:30 British time. And then the rumor that this Friday coming up, there's going to be a very special storyteller for the children's storytelling. I understand he's recently returned from his international stint at the Marrakesh International Storytelling Festival.
Oh, well, so who would that be then, Barbara? I wonder if you could remind us, who would that be then? Okay.
Well, I'm told that his name is Baba C. The Baba C.
Is he any good?
I heard he's extraordinary. I heard that he's of Mike. He's as proficient as Mike and as wonderful as Keith and as bombastic as Claire, Susan, Janet, Diana, Simona, and I think we lost him.
Colin.
Yeah, we lost him. Our Irish brethren, but he's a lot of fun. He really is. In all seriousness, I have the honor of this Friday of being the storyteller for the children's storytelling session. And that will be at 6 p.m. British time. And then join us again on Sunday for Story Round at 6 p.m. British time. And I think this Sunday you guys set your clocks back.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we go back. We go back.
Oh, yes,
Yeah,
you
we-
lose an hour. Right. So we will go from being between where I am in the United States and where you are, we'll go from being 4 hours apart to 5 hours apart again.
Yeah. So
Right.
we have our change. We go forward into spring and back into autumn. And so that means the evenings are longer here. So we change our clocks. That's right. We do that.
Right.
So who's doing the story round next week?
To be announced.
Well,
And
if
I think
nobody else
John-
is doing it, I'll do it.
And John, well, you know, you're always welcome. John may be here. So between you, me, and John, we'll get it done.
We'll
And
get
it'll
it
be
done.
done proper. I got to ask Claire a question, though. Is she still with us? Claire,
Yeah.
are you a Yank?
I'm sorry to admit that I am, Bubba C.
Okay. Now, I always get confused. I'm in Washington, D.C., and technically I'm south of the Mason-Dixon line, but D.C. is considered a northern city. So am I a Yank?
You're welcome to be a
Yes.
Yank. I would be proud to
Yes.
call you a fellow Yank.
Yes, Baba.
Okay.
Yes, anybody over that side of the pond is a Yank. You're all.
Oh, no, no,
Yanks.
no. Don't go
We're all
south and
Yanks.
say that. Don't
Yeah,
go
don't
south
call
and say
anybody
that.
from the South a
No,
Yank.
don't call anybody on the lower. No, they will
No,
chase you out
no,
of
you're all
town.
Yanks. Right, there's
Yeah, I-
Canadians, Yanks, and Mexicans. That's all there is. Okay.
He's gonna get in trouble. But anyhow, as always, Mike, what is your last name? I'm so used to calling you Mike Aura.
Mike Rust is my second name. R-U-S-T.
Okay.
Mike Rust.
All right, that's
My name. Yeah, yeah,
that explains. Okay, I got it.
Yeah,
But
yeah, yeah.
I've done that bit a bit. The American spoken in the South is so much. Yes, it is. Claire sent me a note. You know what, Claire? Pun intended. The American spoken in the South is very musical, but it has nothing to do with farts.
Okay.
By the way, if a Southern person ever tells you, God bless your heart or God bless your soul, you've just been insulted.
Dear Diana, if you wait, Diana.
All right.
Yeah.
Take care.
No,
Goodbye.
I knew that.
Right. So is Texas in the South? Because when I was over in America telling stories, the Texans reckoned that they were independent of everywhere.
Well, Texans keep claiming that. And I had to remind them we had a war about that settled that. But Texas is always threatening to recede from the Union again. Oh, Claire, thanks for the book. You sent me a book. Thank you. I didn't get around to thanking you properly. Thank you. You still got a letter coming.
You're very welcome.
Yeah.
But
Good.
yeah, Texas is a state unto itself. And they're always threatening to leave the Union again. But it's Texas. I mean,
They can come and join us if they like. They can come.
You
back,
don't want them.
you know.
No, you don't want them. They would threaten to leave you. Texas would cede from itself if it could.
There's always something about local politics. We won't get into the ones in South Africa because we'll be here all night. And don't get into the ones in Ireland because we'll be here for a week. Okay. So I'm going to call it because Ali's there and stuff. And we've been here for 2 hours. So I will see you all in a fortnight unless John calls me, and I'll do next week as well. Thank you all for coming here. Thank you, Claire. Thank you, Baba. Thank you, Janet. Thank you.
Happy
me.
World
Thank you.
Storytelling.
Thank you, Simona. Thank you, Susan. It's lovely to see you all again. Let's call it. Okay. Good night. Good night,
I'm going to
everybody.
dinner.
Good night.
Good night.
Sweet dreams.
Until the next time. No, I'm going to dinner. It's too early for me to go to bed. Later, Keith.